Well, things were going great till I forgot about hitting pause. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Flying with Mike FedEx Day and the 767-300 Fox from Flight Factor. Folks, as if you're on our Discord channel, the preview to this. Morning there, Hawker. Welcome aboard. X-Plane 12 did update last night. Kind of a weird beta number. It's now called X-Plane 12.01R3. Now I missed R2, R1, possibly some betas as well. So I don't get the whole process. And of course, I didn't know the process, and now I know I got to make sure a checkbox is on when I run the updater. So anyway, and that updater being for X-Plane. But anyway, they hadn't fixed Anchorage yet, and well, we weren't going to mess with it. So we're in X-Plane 11 today, folks. The easiest way to get around a problem, fly the version prior to it. So we are in Anchorage, Alaska, preparing for about a 4-hour run down to Oakland, California, one of the bigger hubs for FedEx, on top of Indianapolis, and of course the super hub we all know called Memphis. All right, so we're sitting on the line here on a nice, it's not, when you look at the weather here, when you think Alaska, do you think of temperatures in mid-January at or just slightly above freezing? That's 32 degrees for us in the States, 0 for you everywhere else. No, I don't think of that. But then again, we here in St. Louis have had a fairly decent January until last night. And things, you knew the second half of winter has to be on its way, and I think it's beginning to show its signs. I've heard rumors. For those of you in the Midwest, next week will be more winter-like, and possibly, and I'm hoping, not the precipitation side, just the temperature side. So, but anyway, we are sitting on the line, getting ready to go. We just finished loading the aircraft. You may have heard some of the clamoring and banging going on as we were putting stuff on. So let's get up into the cockpit, shall we, and see what is to come. And bear with me, folks. I haven't flown this aircraft with the, and I actually have active camera here. So if I end up on wrong screens, forgive me, folks. I'm trying to remember everything on this one. I've been in X-Plane 12 quite a while, and even flying the 767 over there. So, and I don't have active camera. I know there's a version out there for the betas. I'm just kind of liking setting the cameras and going from there myself, even though there are some benefits to active camera. All right, that all aside. So here we are, 767-300. If the freight dog was here, he'd be in heaven. This is his office, folks. So we are going to try, do him proud and get this bird out of here into Oakland. Hopefully, the way it looks now there. Just a couple more miles added to the odometer. But anyway, so we just talked about it. We just loaded the aircraft. So let's first pull that up. And I believe I can pull Sim Toolkit. Like I said, it's been a while since I've worked with the screens and all here. So again, okay, actually that's not bad. Hang on just a second. First thing I do though when I come here, the things we won't be able to see, I'll show you what I do besides this stuff. We'll get into this. This is the meat and potatoes right here. I perform maintenance. After I put my numbers in here, I come over, optimize, and then I load. All right. So, first off, where did we get the numbers from that I have over here? Well, some of us out there mathematically challenged and don't want to deal with math, you may want to tune out for the next 5 minutes because we have math ahead of us. Otherwise, continue listening. All right. So here we are. Sim Toolkit. Sim Toolkit, we import the data from SimBrief. Now, SimBrief is a web-based program. All you have to do is set up an account, and it's free. So once you have it set there, you set your flight up. Now, I'm flying for FedEx Express Virtual. You can click the link up there, or I'm going to go ahead and provide one for you right now. Make sure where I'm at. And check them out, folks. They're a really good bunch. I've been with them at better part of 5-6 years and got a lot of hours. Enjoy flying with them. Good technology, good camaraderie in the Discord channels and all. Just an overall great company to be with virtually. So anyway, in the build up for the flight, I always start over with them and get my dispatch set up so I know the basics of the flight. Like, okay, I selected to go to Oakland. Okay, then what kind of route? Well, they actually have a system flight plan route. Now, I don't know, this one was put in there in 2021, but it's a good route. I mean, it's almost direct. But I'm in it more, and the developer of this made a very good fuel program we used for many years out there, folks, and it's incorporated, along with a load sheet that he sets up for the plane. And in this case, they plan us to have 66,670 pounds of cargo. So we're pretty close. They couldn't find the 650 pounds to get us up. So we'll run just shy. But we're going to have two in the cockpit, 67,000 behind us, pound-wise, and 55,000 pounds worth of fuel in the wings. Okay. At that point, folks, we're ready to go. Now, the extra information here, our cost index we'll do in the FMS 280, and then here's our cruise. We'll start at 35, and then halfway through, I believe, if I remember right, looking at the map, 37,000. So, a really good setup here. This is the flight, folks. So, we've got to figure out how to put 67020 into the plane now. Be gone, Sim Toolkit. All right, now, this is where it's a little tricky with this plane. The passenger plane's pretty simple, straightforward to figure it out. This one can be verbiage, textually wise, it kind of throws you. It says pallet number, cargo weight. Okay, you're not setting the cargo weight per pallet here. No, it's already preset for you. Each pallet weighs 9,800 pounds. Period. End of discussion. That's how it is. Now, so what I do is I'll take that 66,020 pounds of cargo divided by 9,800, gave me something like 6.8, whatever. So now that means I have 6 pallets. The cargo weight I use is kind of like a bulk. So I'll take whatever is left on the zero fuel weight here, subtract it from the zero fuel weight, whatever that number is. By the way, it's 8220 if you're all needing a cheat for the test. Put it right there. Boom. Look at that. We're at our zero fuel weight, 265020. A little complicated. Once you do it a couple times, perfect sense, but it still catches you. If you, like me, fly multiple planes, you might get back to this a month or two later and go, crap, what do I got to do here? I have a cheat card here to help me out. So may 57 be better to you than memory-wise than me. So that is how you load the aircraft. And that's the first steps of our checklist. All right, so now we're going to go out here. We're going to go to Ops, Airplane. We're going to begin buttoning it up because it's cold. All right, so the main cargo doors down, the two first officer side lower bins are closed, and the bulk on the captain side's closed. So when we go outside, granted, we're not going to see much. We're going to see doors, a lot of doors closed, except for the main door to get in and out of the airplane. So that also means now, come up here to plugins, EFB, ground, we can start getting rid of things like the LSU, the fuel truck, loader. I would recommend not getting rid of anything else until you turn the APU on. Because if you get rid of this, this you could, but why? But if you get rid of this, folks, the plane goes cold and dark. Boom, gone. So leave it at this once you're loaded. You have to have if you're flying passenger, you have to have the main door open. If you're in a situation like this, you'll have the staircase like I do. Passenger version, you'll click passenger bus. If you're at a jetway boarding bridge, however you want to call it, gate configuration then, and then that way you can load the people. Then you got to have your LSUs out here to load the baggage, and then you have to have this door and those two doors open as well on the where you would normally see bags going in. It's a pretty simple plane, folks, but again, and then in cargo, you saw what we have to have open. All right, so back up into the office we go. It's cold out here. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and set up better pushback. Now, you can do this when you're ready to push by clicking Start. Do the exact same thing, or you can pre-plan, and then when you click Start, it starts. That was interesting. Oh wait, that's because I'm in pre-plan mode.
Round to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
Okay, so the plan is in there. So everything's loaded, everything's fueled. We're ready to start into the main checklists of getting this bird ready for flight. Okay, piece of cake. I've done a lot of it already, and most of it is the upper panel. But let's look down here real quick. Parking brake is set. Make sure, always make sure these work. Transponder is, we're going to go ahead and get it so it's showing mode C. And yes, I have already filed my flight plan. Oh, one thing while we're on the radios, and I need to do that. Make sure to pull this, the VHF 1, this is COM 1, and turn it up. Because if you don't, you won't hear them. Some of the flight factor aircraft are quirky like that, so pull it up and you should be able to hear all ATC. Okay, real quick, comms, nav, or we'll show you in a minute, and this is an ILS radio, ADF over here, but this is strictly for ILS. One too high. Here's your two navs. Here and here. All right. Now, moving on, so we need to make sure, let's do it again. Our throttles we know, well, let's just go ahead. That's your takeoff config. A good way to check to see if it's working, take it till you hear the horn. If you don't, something's wrong. Radar's off, transponder set, and coming. All right, landing gear down, brakes are set to off, and we got 3 green. Moving up top, wipers, 1 switch only, folks. Sorry, it's not like the baby Boeing 737, if you don't know that, and the buses. Ooh, what you get when you kick the packs on. You need to turn the airplane down. There we go. All right, and then the battery switches on the standby power auto. Go ahead, it should be illuminated available. Go ahead, click on. Auto for your bus ties, on for your utilities. Click your Gen Connects on the outside here. If you open these up and click them here, guess what? Perform maintenance, because you're not going to get them to connect. You've disconnected them from the engine. And there are times you want them disconnected. Just not right now. And it's not normal. That's the other giveaway. Keith, Vet, welcome aboard. Thanks for the first time chat. Welcome in. Okay, and finally, emergency lights. Make sure they're armed. Yeah, I got that right from your call there. Got it. Love it. Richard, welcome aboard. Thank you for making it easier. All right. Let's see, where were we? Oh, we just got the emergency. Now, I'll go a couple more steps. I'll put the hydraulic electric pumps on and auto, and I'll get the trim air up and going, as you can hear. Okay. Now, moving on. Panels and lighting are set. We'll be turning the dome off here as we get closer. Position wing lights, position. We're not turning the wing lights on just yet, and the logo lights are on. Okay, now alignment. Go to align all 3. Should see on DC for all of them. That basically tells you I want to start in this world. Well, sir, you've come to the right place. We're getting started to go from Anchorage to Oakland. Caveat, if you have Anchorage or X-Plane 12, Anchorage has some pretty wacky looking runways right now. They know about it. We're hoping they fix it before the full all-out general release. Okay, but the on battery up here, folks, that lets you know when the engines, generators go out in flight, and if you fire the APU and the generator on it is kaput, you still have the batteries powering where you're at. All right, so with us in a line, let's go to nav, nav, nav. So when it does update, get through the 7-minute update, it goes right into wherever we're at. Speaking of which, let's roll down here. And let's start in on the FMC. Oh, I got everything else but it's set up. My bad. Bring this one down too. Okay, we'll come back to that one later. All right, so we'll just simply click FMC. Make sure our RNACs are up to date, and they are December 29, January 26. Hate to break it to y'all, if you have NavGraph, it updates in 2 days. If not, tomorrow. All right, everything else looks good. Now, this model is for X-Plane 11. I think it's 1.6.3 you'll see here in X-Plane 12. This is X-Plane 11, not the newest one. And again, because of the scenery issue. Otherwise, I would have flown out. I love flying X-Plane 12. All right, so we go to posit, put in PANC. And if we go to page 2 like we like to on some of them, the GPS is all we got, one of them. So I'll just use this. Route, PANC, KOAK, FDX, flight 811. Okay, and then we go to the legs and we start putting it in. And I'm just moving this up so I can see it better. Okay, so we're going to go to Modesto, MDO. Like I said, I'm getting it backwards. Off of Modesto, we're going to hit the Bravo 453. All right, something's not working right. Delete. What did I do? Oh, I know what I did wrong, dummy. I hit legs instead of next. MDO, right? Now it's working like it should. B453. Okay, and then from there we'll close off at Boxer. Next fix is Foxtrot Oscar Tango. Final Windsor, and that is going to be spelled WNDSR. And that's it, folks. Activate, execute. All right, so we'll go back to route while we're still updating. Oh, I put it on plan. That's why it looks weird. Sorry, folks. I'm looking at my nav data going, why is it weird looking right here? It's because I went one too far on it as well. All right, so we've got the basic plan in. Now, takeoff. First thing I recommend, folks, you might want to save this in your browser if you're, always trying to be a little bit ahead of the VATSIM controllers. Not to say they will not necessarily follow this, but this is what the real world is doing. It's called D-ATIS. You'll see it on the chart. We'll show it here in a moment. And basically what it is, it's a digital ATIS that you can look up. Hypothetically, let's say we're in Tokyo, Japan, coming to Oakland. I can look at the ATIS there for Oakland and have an idea, okay, they're landing north, they're landing south, east or west if they have such runways, and get a basic picture. Now, in the 12 hours it's going to take to get there, will it stay the same? No, but when I come over Anchorage, I can look as I come over that heading down the Pacific coast. So it's a really good tool to get you ahead of the game. Click that link. Just simply go to the, hang on, I'm going to it myself so I can walk you through. Go to select a facility. Anchorage is to the bottom. It's only US based airports, not all of them, but a lot of them, and some US territories, Anchorage, Hawaii, and San Juan, I believe. But you can see the ATIS, Lima, as of 1653, about a half hour old. 060, are we still 33 or are we changed? And see, you can get runways approach and departing 7 left. Okay, I was wondering. They are switched over now to the 7s. It was very teeter-totterish. We were 33 when this was flight planned. And it was on D-ATIS. So you see, you can catch those changes that way. And you could impress the VATSIM controller. All right, so we're going to go to depart, arrive, 7 left. These will not apply to us, so we just simply click execute. Go to legs. And basically when we take off, we'll fly what's called the Anchorage 9 departure, which basically is just so many miles out. We'll brief it. We make a turn to like 200, fly it out while we build altitude, because we got mountains 8 to 10,000 feet just south of us. Once we're above them, we can then go direct Modesto. And I'm sorry, it's Middletown Island. Middleton Island. I'll get it right one of these years. Okay, and then we can do a route copy. Now, if you want to, you could put Windsor in now. That way your top of descent is, or when we do our step climb, I'll begin building up our flight plan in the FMS. That's pilot prerogative there. Oh, looks like Anchorage is trying to come up. All right, they are making us here on sim brief. Runway 7 right, departures. Still, they have 033. How interesting. How very interesting. See, there, you've gotten the picture. Now you can see what they're doing. And with a wind of 080, dude, 33 would not be the appropriate one. 15 would be. But we got ground, so we'll have to do whatever ground says. We'll plan for 7 left. And that, by the way, folks, gets our flight plan in. Perfect. All right, and CFW 265 at 026. That's correct. Our reserve was 11, I believe. Yes. And again, you get that from your, it's actually on the default flight plan here. Your final reserve plus alternates, what I use. Cruise altitude initially 35,000. Cost index we're saying 280. Winds 267 at 29. 267 diagonal 29. That's our average cruise wind. And we'll be doing a 2,000. Well, maybe. Maybe if we don't keep popping around everywhere. There we go. And then where in the 737 you have an N1 page, I think the 777 and 747-400 do. We go straight to takeoff here. Put our CG in, then I go to the next page. Do a quick update here. All right, so we'll go 07 left. Engine ice on. Let's, oh, QNH. Oh, that's right. Just caught me off guard. I'm not used to seeing 999. All right, so we can go. We're okay. Flaps 5 TO winds 080 at 3. Slope D 0. Thousands good. Next page. All right, so we're going to reduce by 57 degrees. And what that's doing is pulling the power back. Granted, it's not a drastic, but it's going to pull it back for N1 from maximum of 100, call it 5%, to 91, 92%. So it's a drawback, saving a little wear and tear on the engine. Plain and simple, that's what it is. 5. And we'll turn the select speeds on. 138. Go 136 for V1. That's the speed if you have to reject because of an engine fire, something major, not able to take off, you can get the plane stopped by the end of the runway at that speed. Above it, you go. Unless it is total catastrophic. 48. For the rotate, we're a little off. That's fine. And 153. And that's right on target. Cool. All right, there you go, folks. We're set up. While I have this open, let's go to here and set 163. Runway heading of 74. And I'm going to guess he's not going to give us, well, actually, he's not my takeoff clearance, so we'll see what he gives us. Now, if these numbers work out, folks, the way it should in the real world, 98 feet of a 9,200 foot long runway are going to be left when we leave the ground. Don't count on it. All right, so we got the MCP partially programmed, and that being the middle control panel here. We'll get the flight directors turned on. And we're just about ready, folks. Let's go up top here. Get some business done. Let's take this off status. Put it back to position. Yaw dampers will turn on, but we may have to turn off. Because sometimes you can't do a rudder check. Oops, battery can't go. That's what I was checking. Check my flight. Everything looks good. Okay. Okay, my hydraulics are on. Okay, and doors are closed, so I'll go ahead and start turning on the heaters in them. And engine start set. Coming down, fuel looks good. Anti-ice off, window heat on. You can check the UH radio if you want. It won't make any noise like the LDS does. Passenger sign, so we get the cargo in line, is on. For some reason, the cargo always likes to party back there, so I have to get them in their seats right now. Okay, our landing altitude, I go with where I'm going is 9, so it's 10 feet. And we're odd day of the week, so I set it to an odd number, auto 1. Same with my igniters up here, I'm on system 1. Cooling doors open. Start turning down this here in a minute. And our trim airs and camp temps are set. Time for some APU action. Fuel pumps coming on. I'm just waiting for the word run. You can also check down here. See, it's spooling right here. You're up to 50%. Now, once we're on internal power, we can get rid of everything else. Okay, there's 100. Okay, we are spooled up. So we'll switch over to the generator and off. And then finally, the bleed and isolation valves come on. So now we're on not only internal power by the APU gen, but the air from the APU is now what's heating us to 21 degrees Celsius. Okay, and let's take a look as it's getting more and more daylight here. Let's take a look outside. Ooh, it's actually not a bad picture. Okay, so you can see what's left. Stairs, generator, and chocks. All right, so I'll pull this up. GPU we're done with, ACU we're done with. I'm going to first come around so you can see it. All the doors are closed. Closing up that door. Go back to ground. Way with the stairs. Okay, folks, we are to the point of pushback. All doors, ground equipment, hang on, left and right packs are already on. We've got the plan in there. We just got to call it and just get ready to go here. So I'm going to go ahead and get our clearance from Clarence so they can clear us out of here. I'm just making, there we go. I don't want to lose that page either. So hang on, folks. Getting a page I can write on. Well, it would help to connect. Doggone it. I just realized I'd filed, but I hadn't connected. Okay, give it a couple seconds to come online to see if we still have ground. I know we have an ATIS. And we do have a ground. 1219er. Okay, and bear with me a second here, folks. I'm going to get the D-ATIS off them. We are Kilo, and we are 2951. Okay, and still saying 33. That's kind of hogwash with that. But anyway, they're in charge. Squawk code only. Mode C during taxi. Advise Kilo. All right. Anchorage ground, FedEx 811 Heavy, FedEx ramp, request clearance to Oakland as filed. Maybe, yes, no. And I am on 121.9er. Anchorage ground, FedEx 811 Heavy, do you copy? Okay, we're not getting anything out of Anchorage. Try one other possibility. Okay, we may be going offline for the departure. We get in trouble for this, they don't. All right, well, we are not going to be using them, it looks like. All right, folks. Again, just being pleasant with them, and, well, that's what happens sometimes. All right, so we'll do it ourselves. FedEx 811 cleared as filed. Squawk 2000. Expect runway 07 left for departure. Call for taxi. FedEx 811, Roger, cleared as filed. We'll call for taxi. There. For those of you who are like, oh my God, he's going to leave off VATSIM. Yeah, you can do it, folks. All right, so we've got 8 cars running. We are up and running with a whole bunch of folks from FedEx, 15 in all, across the world, I believe. Yeah, going to places like Kansai in Japan, India, Iceland, Germany, um, down in Italy, and up to Sweden. Sweden. So all over the place. See, folks, a busy, busy, good bunch of people. All right, so let's get after it, shall we? Since we couldn't get a clearance from them, now our departure altitude goes to 35. Yeah, I was kind of looking forward to getting a clearance and going, but, it is what it is. So, no acknowledgement, no nothing. All right, so checklist calls for engine or pushback. So let's get them on their way. And remember, we've already planned it.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Let's watch. Let's see how many. Oh, he's not taking out buildings and cars. It's sometimes comical to watch, folks. 2 or 3 days ago, folks, he came across the top of a building, and when he turned to come out, then dropped down to come under the plane. Like I said, it can be quite comical if you let it be. Some people, no, can't be comical. We're flying. There's nothing in this to be comical about. Ops, ground, goodbye, chocks. And coming back up, beacons on. And we'll go ahead and set.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Cleared to connect. Okay, we're ready. Yeah, that's a shame he wouldn't come up. Oh well. Engine starts, we'll go to ground, and then till we get to 20%, then we'll inject fuel. But we got to get pushed here, so stand by. All right, I am going to switch this from this view over to engine, so we can, basically what we're going to do is we'll ground engine 2. First we'll turn the PACs off, then we'll turn it to ground GND.
So connected and bypass pin inserted.
And when
release parking brake.
Needle gets to the orange magenta lines, we'll then pull the fuel levers up to run, and they're right here. Okay, brakes off.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Okay, again, PACs have to be off. Bleed air on, make sure we have pressure. Gonna start number 2 first. Yeah, I can hear the real world pilots going, man, I wish it was that easy in our world. He won't respond, just go anyway. Okay, there's the magenta line, and poof, maybe. Uh-oh. Why can't I get down to it? There it goes. That one went a little long. Don't know in the real world what happens. Did it light up? Did I get a light off? I don't think so. Okay, we'll try it again, folks. Packs are off. Bleeds on. What the heck? Why are we not getting fuel?
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
I know why. I know why. There she goes.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Important note to selves, make sure the fuel's on. All right, now we're lit off. I'm like, why are we lighting off? All right, fuel's on. AP or packs off. Going to number 1. AP? Oh. We're just having all kinds of troubles, folks. Well, promise to get it there.
And bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the right. We'll see you next time, and have a great flight.
And thanks for flying with Mike. Have a great day there in Anchorage. Oh, it's going this way. Oh yeah, that makes sense since we came up from that side. There's my pins. Okay. And you can see now everything's built up. We have fuel flow. We have oil pressures. We have EGT, which we weren't getting before. We're still building up. We're not stable yet, but we're getting very close. Again, engine start requires fuel valves all on that have fuel in them, packs turned off, then you can get a light off. If you don't, you won't. And we are now stable. All right. Parking brake set, tow vehicles away, left and right engine pumps for hydraulics on. Anti-ice, we will run with engine for sure. We'll determine ice on the wings here in a minute. Packs on. Left and right bleeds first on. Pack on. APU bleed. I'm going to do it this way or I'll hit the wrong one. APU off. Gen off. All right, final checks, folks. To the middle here, auto brakes right here to RTO. Our flight directors and radios are set. Stab trim. Stab trim for the flight is 4.1. Okay. And finally, flaps to 5. We'll look at it here in a minute. EFIS control, 200, 200. It's on map and all right. Oh, and we'll get this one over to progress. There we go. And finally, weather radar. Not much to it in this bird. Go to weather. Go up 5 for now. And we're ready to go, folks. Taxi lights on. We are raring and ready to go. One last thing I'm going to, come on, plane. There we go. Play with nicely here. Okay. Checking our flight controls. Okay, we are raring and ready to go. Brakes off, here we go. Checklist, anyone? Yeah, it's that little piece of paper we're working from. We just missed a couple things. Oh, Hawker. Don't you have some work to do in your office? Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry, folks. Again, that was a bummer. We didn't get VATSIM. Not sure why he's not responding, both text and voice. But had and no, I changed that. And for those thinking X-Plane 12, no, this is X-Plane 11. I just happened to look up and notice that. hang on. I know I changed that. That'll change it there. I only said it a million times to you there, Hawker. Come on. All right, we're going to go ahead, cross 3-3 here, come down the west side. Okay, crossing 3-3. And they actually still in the ATIS um, for Anchorage on VATSIM still have 3-3, even though the winds are truly now at a tailwind on it. I guess because they don't want planes coming at 1.5 or sevens. But still, if they were using the 2.5s, they'd come at them. They would just be more aligned with 3-3. I don't get it. It's way above my pay grade. Heck, I don't even get what's in my pay grade half the time. All right, now, folks, again, this is X-Plane 11. I wish I could show you 12. The mountains and all look a little better, but the big thing is the clouds, because I think overall the scenery is pretty much the same, just some problem areas like elevations, scenery elevations here, ground elevations are kind of off here in a bad way. You land and all of a sudden the runway drops from under you. So I don't know what causes that. I know in Microsoft, now not Microsoft, the new one out there, in past versions, the closer to the North Pole, the square Earth that they work with, because they don't do it round. I don't even know how you would program that. I'm sure mine's much smarter and more efficient at figuring that out, know how, but when you do it in squares, they end up butting up against, because I tried building scenery for South Pole and it was impossible. And of course, added to X-Plane 12, again, we're in 11, so I don't want to dwell too much on 12. Icing is there. We'll just say it that way. We didn't have it. I did a off stream flight last night with Hawker. We didn't run into any, uh, but the clouds, like he said, were just dynamite. I'd give him a try again, folks, but I've already got to the runway without his help. And by the way we went from the cargo ramp, because UPS is just to our north, Polar and DHL, which is part of Polar, and Atlas are just north of it. And they'll come down what's called Victor, I think it is, to either 3-3 or make the turn here for the sevens. And we'll make the turn for the sevens. All right, first turn up there to the left takes us to 7 left. Okay, here is our runway, folks. Hold line is right after we make the turn. All right, as promised, folks. First off, let me go through all of these. What? I guess when the battery went off, it tripped some things. Okay. Let me get back down here, clear up all the rest. If need be, fuel valve, right engine fuel valve. Okay. Did I not turn them all on? Huh. Let me see. That's meaning down here. Okay. All right. Well, we'll just have to, as they say, work with it. We're going to have that all the way there. We have our engines on. So, yeah, we're going to just have to work with it. Valves are on. Up here looking weird. Okay. All right. So as promised, let's take a look at the departure. It's really not much to look at, folks. Not even sure the charts. Oh, yep, there it is. All right, so let me get it here, and we'll bring it up here. All right, so here's what's called the Anchorage 9 departure. Pretty simple, straightforward stuff here, folks. We're going to basically, doesn't even have the 7s included anymore, but we're going to basically take off. That's why we're not showing them. I got it. 7, going to turn to a heading of 201, follow it out till we get to about 89, whenever ATC decides to come up and talk, and then go direct Middletown VOR. Middleton VOR. Get it right yet, folks. Middleton Island. All right. So you know what? I think I'm going to set for 201. All right, Anchorage Tower, FedEx 811 Heavy departing, 7 left. Fuel config. make sure. Really don't have something. Whoa. Okay, we're going to have to get that in balance here pretty quick. About 2,000 pounds out of whack here. All right. All right, we'll get that in flight, so let's go. Strobes on, wing lights on. All right, clear for takeoff, guys. Once we're airborne, we'll get back on VATSIM. Maybe we're having, but I shouldn't have had a text problem. Okay, I'm going to do one thing in settings here. Same, I can't test it. That's the one thing with VATSIM I don't like with these pilot clients. You can't test your mic to see if it's working. So brakes off, here we go. Lights on. Get on runway heading, and folks, there is a short key for toga here. It's right here. Click it, and if you got to have the auto throttle on for it to work. $80. Again, 100 feet if everything is right in this thing performance-wise. Not thinking it's going to be. Here comes V1. And rotate. About 2,000 feet. Gear up. Flaps up. And as you can see on terrain radar, what we are paralleling, pretty big mountains. So I'm thinking the sevens were taken away in favor for doing one of the turnarounds or something like that. Kind of interesting because for a long time that used to be the way out. All right, flaps up. All right, and we'll put this to engine and okay, we're climbing out. After takeoff, real quick, flaps are up, auto brake is off, and we're about to go into the clouds, and we're going to go ahead and kick on anti-ice. All right. Coming out of the clouds looks pretty good. Okay, we're ready to start our turn. Get up 10,000, and that way we know we've got the mountains cleared. Okay, there's 10,000. We'll get the lights off. Okay, and we're building our speed up now. We'll go direct. Adesta will put in like about a 0 or about a, yeah, 090. Okay, come here. Execute. Plenty of fuel. Well, actually, we are below. Okay. All right. Have Okay, and we're turning on course now. Better, better, better. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that fuel valve issue is from startup, so we're good. We're running, engines are good. We'll keep going and hope for the best. We just crossed 18. All right. Away. All right. We had to get up to 2992. Our further heading or altimeter was 2950, so significant difference. You see the altitude disagree. This one's different than the one on the co-pilot side. See if I can get over there and show it. See how it says 2950? To cure that, we're just going to click right here on this set screw, and now it will be set properly. Look at the weather around us, folks, showing up. This is weather. All right, and we are in cruise climb. And we'll be there in approximately... Well, it says 4 hours, 13 minutes. Once we get up to 35,000, we'll see if we're, well, 3.5 out or something like that. And I am going to do something real quick here. I think ground came off. Fresh. Yes, they did. All right, we're going to go ahead and connect up. And hopefully things are working with our comms. Hope you enjoyed the startup, climb up, and all of that good stuff, folks. We'll be there in about 4 hours. So sit back, relax, enjoy, folks, as we continue on in X-Plane 11. If you haven't noticed, folks, the ETE is now 3 hours, 30 minutes. In the span of 3.5 minutes, we lost 30 minutes of en route time. So, obviously, we have a pretty good wind somewhere working with us. Down here, 212. I guess. I mean, we're doing pretty good, though. I mean, to knock that much off, that's quite a bit. So, okay, folks, enjoy. I'll be here on the side. Love to chat with you. Uh, enjoy the music and definitely watch for this video and the rest of the videos and streams we've flown to be on our YouTube channel that just came up. So enjoy and let me know what's on your mind. All right, folks, we are leveled off 35,000 feet and estimating into our arrival at 3 hours, 23 minutes from now. So ATC looks to be up down in Oakland at this time. We'll see how that goes as we progress down. If we run into the same trouble again, and there's a good chance we will, I'll disconnect. Hopefully the troubles I've had with Oakland in the past don't come forward again today. But that's, that's part of flying. Yeah, there are going to be guys in control centers and all of that irritate you. Just gotta take them. Try to, folks. So 3 hours, 19 minutes as we pull away from this little storm center out here in the Gulf of Alaska. Definitely see the difference if you watch past videos, folks, of the difference in clouds. We'll have to get up here again. So, all right, so let me get in here, get those wing lights turned off. All right. We go, folks. Onward and up. Well, onward we go. We're not going up any well until what's the name of the fix? Petpa. Then we go up to 37,000. All right, what say you all? Welcome in. Hi, you. Well, the forecasted snowstorm for the St. Louis area, at least on the side they thought would get the most snow, ended up probably with the least amount of snow. Gotta love forecasting. I got a little quiet in the ears there. I wanted to check the engines, the engine noise. Okay, we'll get back out here. All right, folks, we are on our way. Oakland, California. Just put word out to FedEx Express Virtual. We are airborne. Maybe one or two will pop in and say howdy. Maybe not. Who knows? But I thought I'd extend the, let them know we're up and flying for them. So, folks, I hope you enjoy. We got about a 3.5 hour haul. Actually, we're probably down to about 3 hours now. Yeah, we're just over 3 hours, and Oakland is still VATSIM-wise open. Curious if we're getting out on the radio waves, but we'll check in. I just noticed we're on the wrong channel. So let's get over to Unicom now. So I hope you enjoy the ride on down to Oakland. All right, folks. Hope you're enjoying the ride into Oakland. We're still just under three. Yeah, about 2 hours, 50 minutes to go. And I just wanted to touch on the verse of the day real quick. Uh, it's got a couple of interesting translations to it. But what came from hashtag verse of the day, if you put that in, you'll get one every day. For it is commendable if someone bears up under the pain of unjust suffering because they are conscious of God. Um, there's a lot to this verse, folks. 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 19. Now, that was the NIV, um, New International Version. Now, if you read it, getting closer to the King James, without having to go through all the wheres and therefores and thou arts, that the King James is so familiar to us with. The English Standard Version is one of the very closest translations to that original. Now, is the King James the original? It's the original brought into print. Okay. Um, Printing presses weren't around, folks, 2,000 years ago. Sorry. Your favorite magazines were just not there. It would have been called favorite scrolls back then, and they just didn't have them in the 5 and dime stores. Oh, wait, 5 and dime stores you all won't know. 7-Elevens, and some of you may not even know that because they're going away pretty quickly. But but this translation, like I said, it's closer to it. For this is a gracious thing. When mindful of God, one endures sorrow and suffering unjustly. Um, this verse, folks, stems from a lot of the persecution the Christians in the first centuries, or first years after Christ's death into the first centuries, were put through and continue into today, believe it or not. It's hard to believe. When you live in the United States, folks, what you hear around the world, you just go, oh, yeah, right. Well, folks, it really is true. Unjust suffering is happening to Christians outside the U.S. and Western Europe. They're persecuted pretty hardly, or harsh. I'll get the right English terms out here. They're pretty harshly handled. It doesn't seem fair. Yeah, it doesn't seem appropriate. Yeah, in the world we live in the United States, but in some parts of the world, folks, they just, you know, do everything they can to try to put down Jesus Christ. Now, wouldn't it be incredible? Listen carefully. Think when I say that, I can see where your minds are going, but listen to this. Wouldn't it be incredible if those who are not touched by some of the terrible persecution and hardships throughout the world would just simply begin each day praying for those who are? Folks, believe it or not, in parts of the Middle East, they still crucify Christians. Now, if you're not familiar with crucifixion, and I know some may not be, and folks, this is one of, if not to me, one of the harshest ways to die. They nail you to a tree, to a cross. That's right, nail. Hands, feet, like you see, in churches with Jesus on the cross. They still do that in some places. Leave them up to die. Rot the whole 9 thing, folks. Whole 9 yards. But wouldn't it be awesome if we Christians began each day praying for those who face those kinds of hardships, those kinds of persecution, sufferings, and mistreatment? You know, Pray they have the strength to endure. Pray they can display the grace of Christ in the face of such difficulty in honor of God. Let's as a people of Christ pray that our Father will not only give them the strength to endure this, but He will also come in and deliver them. And I'm going to ask this of anyone out there listening to my voice who is personally being persecuted for Christ, enduring unjust suffering in your life for Christ. Boy, I'm right now going to pray for you that God comes in. God, would you please come into that person's life, strengthen them as they personally try to endure the hardship, the persecution, the unjust treatment for believing in your Son, Jesus Christ. Give them the strength as Jesus was given the strength to endure the pains and sufferings they go through. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen. You folks should do the same. Count your blessings that you live in the United States. Oh, we suffer the persecution of words only. We don't suffer what some Christians go through in the world. You read in the Bible, the Christian church in houses because they're staying away from the governmental body overseeing, staying out of sight while trying to spread the word of Jesus Christ. Folks, that stuff still goes on today in many parts of Africa, Asia, and the Middle East, which is, yes, I know, Asia, but still, it still goes on today. And when caught, they're very harshly treated. I pray they have the strength and are strengthened by God to persevere. So, pretty amazing, but you get outside of the U.S. and Western Europe, what you run into. The stories I've been reading. You know, I don't read them every day, folks, but boy, when they come front into my, wow, I just thank God. Thank God for the United States. And that we don't have to endure that. All right, folks, we are on track, on time for arrival in Oakland here in about 2 hours or so. And I hope y'all enjoy the ride, enjoy the music, and hey, check out my friends over at FedEx Express Virtual. Folks, they're a good airline, and like I said, I've been with them for about 5-6 years. I'd have to go over and actually look at the stats, but enjoy it. They work from an ACARS system, very similar to some of you out there who've been with a lot of different VAs. I had my own running under something called FS ACARS. It's a modification to that program, and I'm here to tell you, it's what they have been able to put forth into that program and what it is today versus 15 years ago with my airline, Virtual USA Airways. Wow, is all I got. I wish I had that and then the know-how to take the data that generates, put it into my website, which I don't have those kinds of smarts. So, so yeah, it's they got great technology, a great website, folks. Great Discord channel, a lot of chatter all the time there. Just a great bunch of people. Check them out. So here's a website for them. And you can tell them I sent you, but you know, the big thing is they'd like you to be able to fly. If you know how to fly, you're good to go. Very open rules on the aircraft you can use. They do run historical. They run some substitutions because depending on simulators, they may or may not have but the ATR is one of the worst out there to find aircraft for. So they have subs for that and others along the way. Just check them out, folks. Make the call yourself. I'm not going to push them on you. You can take a look and you decide. So, and as for me starting a VA, I've started 3, and one, Virtual USA Airways, went pretty good. Uh, but folks, I just don't have the technical know-how to do bringing the data from these ACARS programs, and there's a variety of them out there, folks. And I fly with 3 or 4 of them now in different capacities, and bringing that into the website, I just don't have that know-how. So now you want me to tell you how to drive a truck, fly a plane, um, and fight a fire? Hey, come talk to me. But taking that data to a website can be challenging and daunting, but check them out, folks. They learned it, they figured it out, and they've got a good site. Oakland still got some pretty brisk winds at out of the northeast at about 12, gusts to 18, and they're 14 degrees, so they're in the 60s, low 70s. So yeah, we got some pretty good weather looking ahead to us, to the Oakland area. And I'm sure they're going, thank God, after all of the rains they got off of what's called the Pineapple Express, where system after system from Hawaii into the West Coast plummeted them. All right, so let's just continue on with what do we got? 2 hours 40 minutes to go. Yeah, so enjoy, folks. Got a little bit of a crab to the plane in the air here, not much. All right, folks, and if you're looking for me on VATSIM, first off, we're high above the Pacific Ocean. Look for FedEx 811. It'll be over by Vancouver's airspace. It'll be the 767 trucking south to Oakland. So, got a question to put out to y'all. Y'all may be able to figure out, maybe I just couldn't translate it well today. How do you read what X-Plane 12 developers have updated? Especially now that we're in this 12.01 R3, I think it was, something to that effect. All I saw was fixed numerous this, and if you wanted this for beta, click here for the knowledge base. Whereas if you go into some of the old release clients, you see all the stuff they were fixing. So I didn't see it there, folks, and I've got to figure out how to get into this updater when it comes up to make sure I'm getting them all, because there were 2 or 3 that I never got. So I have to figure that out. So would love to hear from you out there, folks, if you know the answers. Also, hey, Hawker gave us a lot of good destinations last time I asked. Would love to engage you all, and where would you like to see us flying? We fly for Virtual American, Virtual Piedmont. Now, Piedmont includes Northwest, includes Western Air, I think it was called, AirCal. Now, some of these I don't have aircraft for, and I don't mean liver colors for them. I don't have the aircraft. I think Air China is one of them. So, let me know. And I also fly for Millennium Aviation and this great company here, FedEx Express Virtual. So, let me know where you'd like to see. We fly the Citation in X-Plane 12. Today's Wednesday, so we work Thursday. Friday, we plan to bring the Airbus 330 to you again on a haul from Toronto to San Francisco. Let's see, we also fly, obviously, this aircraft in both 11 and 12. Same with the 747-200 from Fearless. In X-Plane 11, we do fly the 727. Back in X-Plane 12, we have the Zebo, the Tolus A319, and Flight Factor's A320 currently in the hangar. So let us know. And if you have other aircraft you'd like us to see, I'll take a look and see if I can get them. Yeah, let me know in the chat there, or head over to our Discord channel and let me know there as well. We have a section set up for flight suggestions. Love to hear, because sometimes it does get hard, folks, trying to figure out where do I want to fly. I mean, I've got an aircraft. We can fly out of Turkey. We can fly out of anywhere, folks, and I can either log it for a VA or just fly it for fun. So let me know. Hawker gave us some of the current longest haul flights last time, and I mean long hauls, folks. We're talking 15 plus hours in the air. God forbid the people inside there. Holy mackerel, inside that pressurized tube. But with the A350 and the 7.5s or 787s, pressurizing the planes are a little different. So, from what I understand, a little better. Never been on them, so I don't know. The one thing I will say, good chance you won't see here is DCS flying, digital combat sim. It's just, there's a lot of problems, not with me and, well, it is with me and it. I just don't like blue screens. So that's why I don't fly it. But I know those are past behind us, many years ago, but, it still sticks pretty, heavy in your mind from it. So, but who knows? You may even see a Herc on here one day. The other thing, when you do give us, suggestions on flights, if you want to put the aircraft, folks, that would be great. But I'll look for the pairing too and see what we can do. Zebo is a really good aircraft to fly. We flew it yesterday in the C40 colors. Granted, albeit it's not an 800 version aircraft, it's actually more of a, it is technically a BBJ, but that comes off the 700 airframe. So, but it was fun to fly still into Colorado Springs. Beautiful Colorado Springs. So, all right, folks, I'll leave it up to you. The chat room's wide open. Fire away. Like I said, love suggestions where you'd like to see us head to. All right, folks. We're looking to be about 2 hours, 20 minutes away. And I'll tell you right now, the weather here in St. Louis, while chilly, most of the snow is beginning to really melt off as we're above freezing. And looks like the winds are pretty light. Let me see if I can hone in. Tell me what. We've got a little bit of a puff out there. 290 at 11 here in St. Louis. So, overall, could have been a lot worse. Wow. Looking at the chart, I forgot I had it set up for icing. I'm gonna tell you folks, if you're into the world of flying in the ice, icing is occurring in the United States. Over 2/3 of the country has air meds out for icing. 2/3, we'll call it 2/3. Mostly the southern part, and up the west coast is not under an air med for icing. Oh, that's a heck of a storm too. And actually, it looks like it's kind of lost a little bit. Let me change views here and look at it from another perspective. Yeah, it's kind of I don't know how to explain it, but it doesn't look the tight, packed, comma bowling ball that it was last night. It's more elongating out as it goes further northeast. So, don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. But we are, well, let's see, we're in the vicinity of, well, we're still out over the ocean. Oceanic would probably have us here if they were up. And still looking at Oakland down below. So, hope you enjoy, folks. If you like the stream, like the content, hey, I'd love you to hit follow. It would be great to see you following us on our next adventure. Like I said, Toronto to San Francisco on Friday. So, after that, who knows?
kind of work. We're not any kind of work. It is creative. I'm lost in old ways. I must say. Well, there goes nothing.
All right, and as you just saw, folks, we are doing a step climb to 37,000. Basically, set it in the box there. You'll see you can't push it like you can others, but you can simply go into your FMC, type in 370, put it in the box like you saw, and up you go. Just about up there. And that's the only step climb on this run, folks. Okay, fuel looks good. No warning lights up here. All right, folks, we're about an hour and 20 minutes out. Let's start setting up for the arrival into Oakland, shall we? I'm going to first bring in Sim Toolkit. If I can find it. Where did it go hiding? There it is. All right, so you can see where we are. We're the one right here. We're heading down here. Now, Oakland has gone offline. However, our alternate, Sacramento, is still up. So, kind of get that up over here so I can kind of see where we're at here. And in the meantime, I'm going to get the latest D-ATIS again out of the system here. You yourselves can do it by just going to the link I'm about to provide. Just go there, click where it says select facility, upper left-hand corner. Look for Oakland, KOAK, and click on it. You'll get the latest ATIS airport terminal information system report from them. This is what you would get if you tune in to the ATIS frequency. All right, so as you can tell, winds are now 340 and 4, 10 miles, 18 degrees Celsius, and 3037. ILS and visual to runway 30, RNAV and visual to 28 right. Flows to Vegas, Los Angeles, San Diego. We're coming in from there, expect 28 right. Oh wait, ILS 28 right's out of service. Sometimes it doesn't make sense when you read it. But anyway, currently it's information Yankee, and that was about 40 to 45 minutes ago. So, but still, we're planning 3-0. Probably the ILS for it. Okay, so that takes care of the ATIS information. Now, let me see if everything updated down here. Nope, it has not. Okay. Boy, it's nowhere even close. Okay, let's unload that and load that. All right. Let me get one chart here, folks. Actually, back. All right, so we're planning the Windsor off Spammy. Is that correct? Somehow that doesn't seem right. Okay, we'll take it. All right, so Spammy will be our starting point on the approach. I'm planning 3-0. Oh, I can't remember, so hang on a second, folks. It's been a long time since I've flown into Oakland. That's RNAV. You know, we could always just do the RNAV. Oh, that's the 28 right. Let's do it. Worst case scenario, we can always pull it up. So we're going to go ahead and shoot the RNAV off for runway 30, Zulu, coming down on the Windsor. All right, so as you saw, what we do here is, let me see how much I may need to, well, just prepare to. There we go. We'll just make it like that. That way you all can see the briefing as we put it in. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is go here to our arrivals. Okay, next. Let me come out here. Alright, so we're going to be doing the Windsor 2 to runway 30. So we need the RNAV Zulu. Part of me is thinking about sticking to going direct Windsor. I think I will. Execute. Let's take a look. Okay. Bought Windsor from Windsor. We go to Weber. Weber by 9,000. Next page. Boys 7,000. Opta 5,000. Alex 5,000. Okay. Crescent. Now let's switch over real quick. Catch the RNAV. Okay. 5,000 mandatory. 210 max. Until till here. All right. So we're gonna have to be ready to slow this bird up. But actually, wait a minute. We can't go faster. It doesn't mean we can't slow up, folks. So you can see what we're going to do. Crescent, Hepmo, Mito, and straight in. Okay, now this is an RNAV, so that means there's no frequencies to tune in. So we don't have to worry about that. All right, so it's programmed now in the box. Okay, so okay, Kyle's 185 miles out, then Boxer, and then we head to FOT. All right, so let's do a proper brief here. All right, for the Windsor, let's focus in on this section up here in the chart. Okay, there's that D-ATIS I talked about. So what you saw there, 133.775, if you were in the vicinity of Oakland, tune that up. That's the ATIS information that you pulled off the internet that you could have, will give you the planning we're doing. Elevation's 9 feet. and here's the requirements. First off, transition level's 18,000. That doesn't change in most of North America. Radars required, RNAV1, DME, IRU, GPS, all of that's on the aircraft. Corresponding star to AA net, expect AA net when landing runway 12. Let me see where that even shows. Did it say AA net or AA me? It said me. Well, we're not landing that way, so we're not going to worry about it. Directions here, pretty much, folks. This is from Windsor, location right here. So we're spammy to Herbert. Herbert, oh, we're not coming in spammy. We're coming direct Windsor. Then joining it. So Hopta, oh, wrong one. Oh, we're way down here. Okay, so from Windsor to Weber to Boise to Hopta. Then Hopta to Alex, and then we expect radar vectors to our approach. We all know now Alex Crescent, that's part of our RNAV. RNAV for runway 30. Same, everything across the board is our frequencies to expect if they're up. Again, RNAV, this is where your ILS information goes, folks. So if you had an ILS, this would be the frequency and the identifier. Final approach course, final approach course. MITO, 2,000 feet, and we should be coming down for the runway. Okay, RNIP of 0.11, decision altitude is 267 MSL, 258 AGL. Now difference, 9 feet. So that's above the ground versus above sea level. So there's our missed approach out to Sausalita VOR, where we'll hold. And then again, here's more actions. GPS is required, uncompensated Barnard system, and so forth. So, as briefed, from Alex, we're at 5,000, so that's where we set. Maximum we can be doing at that point is 210. I might do 210 across and then begin slowing up, because MITO is going to be within 10 miles of the airport. Within, maybe 5-6 miles. Matter of fact, yeah, I'm going to guess 6 miles, because we're doing, looks like a 7-mile arc to Hepmo and in. Okay, and now, MITO, 2,000 feet, 3-degree glide slope. More than likely will be right around 800 feet a minute on our descent. Full ALS equipment here for our lighting system. PAPI should be on the left-hand side. And one more time, our minimums. 267 MSL, 258 AGL. Visibility at least a half mile. If an RVR is out, has to be higher than 24. And by the way, when we come across Kyle, we're entering Seattle airspace, if Seattle's online. All right, so we're set up, folks. That's your arrival brief. Now, granted, we're still just outside an hour to the airport. Hang on a second. I keep hitting the wrong. Oh, wait, I did hit the right switch. All right, there we go. So we've got just over an hour. We'll probably be starting down in about, well, let's find out. We're not showing here. We're still 500 miles out. So I'm going to guess in about 20, 25 minutes, we should be pretty close to top of descent. So kind of relax, folks. We'll get things really moving again here in about 20, 25 minutes. We'll begin our actual descent. Just wanted to get things set up so we're ready. Still looking at no Oakland, but we do have a Sacramento approach up. How that'll figure in, who knows? They are our alternate if we need it. But right now, weather conditions look outstanding. Which usually means if you're in the mood for setting a prediction for flying with Mike's approach, landings can get kind of squirrely. So get mine in here. And if you follow that format there, folks, the exclamation mark, the word predict, a space, and a negative number, you too will have a prediction on how you think the landing will be. So kind of sit again on the side here for a little bit as we get in closer, and we'll be back with you at top of descent. Well, again, welcome to everyone out in the chat area. Hope y'all are having a great time on this 3.5, 4 hour ride from Anchorage down to Oakland. The last time we were up in Anchorage, we shot it with X-Plane 12 from Miami all the way up in the Fearless 747, and came into some pretty peculiar ground elevations there. Part of a runway was at one altitude, nice little ramp down to the lower part. Woo! Kind of interesting. Throw it in the fact they had the icing. I don't get how that works in there. It was a nightmare. And then you got to the FedEx ramp, and it was the parking closest to the north-south taxiway was much higher than that next to the building. So today we checked. X-Plane has put out a new beta version, if you will, 12.01. I've got it written down actually. Hang on. 12.01 Romeo 3. That's the latest, greatest X-Plane 12 out there in the beta world, or as they like to say, early access, and still not fixed. So that is why we've opted for X-Plane 11, because it is correctly elevated there. Now I'll tell you, I am tempted, and this may be coming next week. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Catch a can. Now, if anyone out there is familiar with the real world catch a can, Microsoft, now I don't know about the new one, but up till for sure the new one got it wrong every time. It is actually a 4-level airport, and I only learned about this through Orbix before taking a cruise up in Alaska and actually seeing the 4 actual different levels to catch a can. And wow, that's how you have to build when you're out on in remote like that, and you don't have the area to properly build the airport. You improvise, and they did pretty good. Trust me. I mean, it's amazing. But kind of curious how it looks in X-Plane 12. That's a possibility coming, folks. So other than that, folks, we are doing well here with a 450-ish mile run left. Like I said, I'm thinking our top of descent in about 20-25 minutes, and we'll start getting things moving again here. We're just kind of in cruise, folks. So y'all enjoy, and look at that. The weather's beginning to clear up as our METAR shows. So just checking our trims. Okay, all good. And we got the flight factor 767 in flight 300. This is the standby. I'll get you the exact which one it is. So if you go out to buy a professional extended version. Now, why I didn't get just the basic one? 2 reasons. One, I wanted the cargo version. Okay, you're not going to get it in the original. And I also wanted the 200. So, but the big thing for me was the cargo. and you from that, and then the next level up you get that. So and I say they did a great job. I mean, real world guys will tell me that's not how that works, and we have gone through what is appropriate, what isn't in X-Plane 12. She starts up really fast, which even I know from the limited 767s we've had out at my airport. Um, they don't start those engines as fast as they show on the gauges, folks. Whoa, if they did, man, we wouldn't have had such long days sometimes. Literally, it's like flip a switch, okay, it's running. No. They take a minute or two to spool up, so. But it's all beta, folks, so it's not worth going, oh, this is silly. No, it's beta, so point it out, let them know, and try to find out what a real startup time-wise takes. There I have to defer to the real guys, because I haven't seen a 767 at our airport other than the KC-46 shooting touch and goes. I haven't seen one. Probably 10 years, 15. So, here, I'll even help you out. How many of you know the airline Air Florida? I don't think it's around anymore. That's who they were with, cargo. All right, so here you are inside the 300's cockpit. We're looking good. Sun's right in our eyes, of course. But that's what we got those cool sunshades for. And there she is on the not so sunny side. Now, there's a couple ways you can set the wing views on this plane. Inside on the passenger birds, inside where you have the nice window outline, or outside the window. And what happens is you get tinting between the two, and they do have shades that will go up and down automatically, or however the program is set to do them. And they get to be annoying. So I've set them outside the wing. Just so you see them in their niceness. And you're all probably going, why don't you have the winglets on them? All 767s have them. I've been told. I can't confirm. I've only been told. FedEx, all of their 767s do not have the winglets on them. They're bare tipped. Otherwise known as a straight wing. Now, this warning here, folks, probably caused by that loose nut behind the wheel that they let loose. When we started up, we had problems here, and you can see that is where it's from. The valve never cleared, and we were stupid, so we forgot to put the fuel valves on up on the overhead. Couldn't figure out why it was not lighting off, and that would do it. No fuel getting to the engine. All right, we're crossing into Seattle airspace, and nobody is online. Huh, still not showing top of descent down there. But yeah, we are on our way, folks. We are about an hour, and I'm not even sure anymore. Hang on, let's see. 50 minutes out as we cross into Seattle airspace. All right, well, I'll let you enjoy the music. I figure probably another 10, 15 minutes, and then we'll be closing in on the top of descent. All right, 107 miles from Fortuna VOR. And then once we get about 80-ish miles out of Windsor, we'll begin our descent to 16,000 and so forth on into good old Oakland or Oakland. So again, hope you've enjoyed. If you have, please smash that follow button. And if you're on YouTube, God bless you for being this long on YouTube. Smash subscribe so we can get our numbers up and try to make something over at YouTube. Twitch, I'm just, we've been having some issues with them. Thankfully, not this flight. But X-Plane 12 seems to have issues with it a lot, so we'll see if that's truly the cause. I don't tend to lean to something that's simple. But yeah, smash that subscribe button over at YouTube to bring our numbers up there, and folks, enjoy watching them. Everything you see here shows up there. We don't edit, so if we go on a make a Hawker 125 happy binge and go from JFK to Singapore, 15 hours of flying, you'll see it all on YouTube as well. And speaking of our moderator Hawker, I'll give you a little background on him. He is working on taking a real Hawker 125-400. It's an older version, obviously, and turning the fuselage into a working flight simulator for his home use. Not to throw hydraulics and all of that under it, although if he could, he would. But yeah, head over to his channel there. I put it up on the chat, and enjoy as he begins, hopefully here soon, taking it from the dump into a flight sim. All right, let's see how far the FMCs are putting us out. About 140. So let's give or take about another, 60 miles before we'll start plugging data into the FMC as to weights and flaps and all of that. Still kind of curious. Why Boeing doesn't get as in-depth with the weather information that Airbus does, wanting the QNH, the temperature, the winds, and all plugged into their FMC prior to coming in. So, just curious. Plus, I know they can put in, if a video we watch in the firehouse is accurate, the RCAM information. And Hawker, the little Hawker, welcome aboard. Hope you got your 2+2s and 4+4s all correct. Or A's plus B's equals C's. All right, latest weather, folks, just came in. Looks like, actually, well, it's still a little old. Oh, wait a minute, 19. Yeah, it's actually really old. Almost 2 hours old. Wow. All right, well, we'll see what we got when we get there. I'll pull up Sky Vector real quick and see if we can update ourselves en route. Okay, stuff that's about an hour old puts us at 280 at 9, clear skies, 16 degrees, and folks, a beautiful day in middle California. Can't say Southern California, so yeah. You're in San Francisco. Okay, there's Fortuna, VOR right here. Then we're direct Windsor. And the arrival into Oakland. I can hear a lot of sighs going, finally. Hey, realize this, folks. Alaska Airways or Alaska Air flies this all the time in 737s. So we should have land. Looks like land ahead. Let's pop out and take a look. It's been a while since we've seen the shoreline. All right, so look forward here to getting those wheels on the ground here in about 30 minutes. So top of descent should be about another 30 miles or so. Well, let me rephrase that. Probably another 100 miles or so. And 80 miles from top of descent, we start our work on the FMC. down below us there, folks. You're in the Eureka, California area. I didn't know that. Since I didn't know it, I thought I'd pass it along. So, yeah, interesting down things you learn geographically, even though it is a flight sim. Okay, we're coming over Fortuna, and then on our way, folks. Next up is the Bay Area. And one of my pet peeves, a couple of them that I've had with X-Plane 11, is the scenery cutoff that happens. Never understand that. Did that with Flight Sim, actually would gray it out until you got closer, and then it would paint the scenery like this. Don't get that with computers. So, and I'll be honest, I don't think I've noticed that in X-Plane 12. I'll have to go back, pay more attention if I remember. But we should be getting close to our mark. So let's punch into the plane. Okay. And currently it looks like we are 69 miles out. Good. Let's get our page set here. See if so 280 at 9. And that'll work. Flaps 30 will be PACs on. Let's go engine only. So I'll head up here right now. Turn off. Actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll keep the engines on. And let's see what we get. 140. Okay. 1087,296. All right, now to put the ILS, remember I told you that's this radio down here. Okay, first off, 296. $108.70. All right, it doesn't necessarily set automatically. All right, so we've got our approach ref set at actually I'm going to go ahead 30/135. And we're going to plan 140. Yeah, I think we can plan 140. Of course, I just turned the wing ice off, and now I'm not sure what's ahead of us. All right, let me... No, it's not precipitation. Okay, we got our altitude set. And finally, let's get our decision altitudes all set up here. All right, top of descent is inside 40 miles. All right, now we can set top of descent or descend at any time now. If we click descend now, it will obviously do it. We can always double click here or set a VS and start our descent. I'm going to wait till about 20 miles out, and then we're going to start into a transition level is correct. And we're going to do about 310 indicated once we get into that range, and 0.80 till then. So here we go. Just about there, 25 miles out. I'll just wait for it to get below the arc. Okay. See how it's below the arc here? We're 40 at this mark, so that's 20. Descend now. Or you could say descend says me. All right, so LAX Center is up. They are not covering San Francisco Bay Area. All right, so we need to set the auto brakes. Let's plan auto 3. That should yield us about a 6,800 foot rollout. EFIS panel set, ILS panel set, initial descent and initiated. 18,000 feet will be when we set our altimeter. And again, we're going direct Windsor, not the spammy. So we're going to be direct, and you can actually see that if I pull charts. See how we're not on the line anymore? That's why. Also, you can overlay the approach. So you can, say you get into an approach similar like, well, last night we flew the Bush 3 arrival into St. Louis, me and Hawker. And from your outside transition points to about Cape Girardeau, Missouri, you're in an area that's not to scale. But after that, you'll be on the map itself correctly. So you could overlay it and see where you are. Believe me, folks, with ForeFlight out there, general aviation can play just like the big boys and see a lot of stuff like they do. And I did put the client up for VATSIM. It's called X-Pilot in the X-Plane world, and you know, maybe it's just not triggering right on X-Plane 11. So we'll get to Windsor. It looks like we're going to be able to fly this in. We're not having any interference off of Sacramento. We'll see though. Now, another great thing about nav displays like this is this arc. Airbus, it's like hockey sticks. It tells you where 16,000 feet, where your set is, will happen. Right on top of Windsor, like it's supposed to. You're actually supposed to be between, what is it, 22 and 16. Big variance there. And that's obviously because you're going to shoot past Oakland for 3-0. After that, we will see what our descent is. But again, hope you've enjoyed. If you have, smash the follow button, folks. We'd love for you to be along for our Airbus ride on Friday. If you're on YouTube and watching, smash the subscribe button. Love for you to keep watching our videos we put out. Okay, so we're holding up here at 310 knots. as we've dropped below, well, 0.8 would be up in here now. So we're holding at 310 like the FMC said. And once we get to Windsor, I think we're 280 at that point too. Yeah. So we'll make sure to slow up at that point. And slowing up, folks, is very simple. All you got to do is push the button here. It'll light up your airspeed, set it, and then you're manually controlling speed. Here, let me go ahead and put on data. Curious, what is this link? All right, looks like the name of it's Clear Lake. Okay, just curious. Just, you know, I see things out there. I kind of go to the real maps and see what we got. So we are now 26 miles out. We're going to hit 16,000 just before Windsor. And our next altitude will be Weber, and we'll drop down to 9,000. I like trying to stay at the bottom end. You never know. In these busy sectors out here like NorCal, SoCal, that things just start hopping, and to have it set up like that is priceless. Believe me, it does help. Oops. Okay. All right, I'll set up 7. No, we'll go to 9,000. Because it's 7,000 at Boise where we make the turn to kind of parallel 30, dropping down to 5,000, and then we'll set up for the arrival. All right, let's go ahead, punch it to... Oh, first off, let's get the altimeter set correctly. Uh, 3034. Okay, now you see altitude disagree. For those in the beginning know what that means. We click here, and basically it sets the co-pilot side to the right. We still got to manually do this one. And I'll head over so you can see 3034. Okay, here we come. Let's punch in now 280. As we begin leveling off. Okay, let's take it down to 9,000. Now, this time I'm just going to set it up so it starts its descent. And again, the range for Weber is 13 to 9,000. So as long as we're in the groove, we're okay. I'm going to go ahead and back this off. $95.90, 7,000 by boys. And by the way, folks, the Bay Area is right here. Okay, we're coming down 280. We're doing good. Okay, so Sausalito is our VOR or our hold point. Let me double check our chart. Huh, show up. Why? Oh, I know why. Nope, we're not doing the R. We're doing the RNAV. Okay, so the RNAV puts our VOR. It's going to be up in this area, I believe. I thought it was more here. But anyway, really doesn't matter, folks. We're going to get there one way or the other. right? Hop on some lights. Okay, down to 7,000. And then we'll begin setting up for the approach. So again, if you've liked the stream, folks, love for you to smash that follow button. This is where we do our live flights, and then we'll take the video from here and put it up on YouTube for a couple days down the road. So don't look for this tonight. Look for it probably early next week. All right, now I need to see where we start hitting 210. Okay, it is Alex. Okay, so we got a little ways to go. I'm going to dial down to according to this, looks like we got some really nasty weather. I think that's right. All right, coming up on 7,000, and then we got a 17-mile run to make 5,000. Oakland's going to be, by the way, back in here somewhere, folks. Okay, crossing boys, headed to Hopta. Wow, according to this, we got some nastiness up ahead. Wonder if we're picking up terrain more than weather. 'Cause I'm not picking any weather up. Let's find out. Oh, wait, I don't. Yeah. Yeah, I got nothing on radar here. So I don't know what we're showing over here, folks, other than I'm turning it off so it doesn't distract us. Okay, I believe right over here is Oakland. I'm going ahead to slow to 210 because things are about to get a little fun. All right, so look at my approach now. 5,000, maximum 210 till Mito. All right, altitude at Mito is 2,000 feet, our level. Okay, set. Get it corrected. Looking at 3034, still the same. Okay. And as soon as we crossed Alexa, I will start down. If we need our speed brakes, we will. I'm actually going to slow the descent a little bit so that way we've got control of it down. Again, it's no faster than 210. Okay, and we're 1.7 miles. Okay. Okay, for the first 7 miles after Crescent, I don't want to get below 3,100 feet. Flaps 5. We're working off 3,100 feet. That's our minimum descent altitude, folks. And then we'll drop to 2,000 here in a minute.
Terrain.
That's why.
Terrain. Terrain.
Okay, we're about halfway through the turn. We're going to try it again. Not fully versed on RNAV procedures. All right, now we can start coming down. To me, it looks like I should be able to punch approach and get it. Oh, you know where that's coming from? I know where it's coming from. I never even thought about that. What's the ILS frequencies here? Okay, I got the runway in sight gear. Flaps 10. Yep, that's what it is. Okay. Aircraft's mine. All right, folks, we're firming up on the approach.
1,000.
All right, and need to slow up now.
500. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow.
minimums. $100, $50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Oh. I hate when I pull back too hard. All right. Yeah, I know, folks. You can say it. Go around. Give me a second here. All right, get moving again. Headed to FedEx. Oh, excuse me. All right, folks, welcome to Oakland. We'll take a look at that. Little, couldn't decide, flare. All right. Not a great landing, but nonetheless a landing. All right, folks, so we'll take a look here and see how we did momentarily once we get into the ramp. Going through the checklist here. ATs off, flight directors can come off. Auto brake, speed brakes are down and off. FedEx is off to our left. Sorry, folks. Ugh, coughing speeds, I just hate them. We'll take this stand right here, number 3. Ugh. Alright, so we're rolling into the stand here. We'll do our shutdown as soon as we come to a stop. Alright. Alright, parking brakes are set. We need to come up here, get the generator on. Bleed valve on. Okay, and we can shut them down now. Let's see if they shut down easier than it took to get them started. All right. Auto brakes are off. Okay, fuel controls, fuel pumps. Remember them little boogers? Yeah, them. And there you go, folks. Flight is over. We are in the blocks. All right, so let's indeed take a look at this first. You know what? I'll just do it the easy way. All right, and log it. All right, FedEx has us at 465. Oh, my throat just decided to dry out. Hang on a second, folks. All right, so 465, not bad. I mean,
San Francisco traffic, JetBlue 536, turning final, runway 28, left 12 miles.
So let's see. I'm going to make sure FedEx got it. And they sure did. All right. All right, so we're going to go ahead and disconnect, get rid of that. All right, and let's take a look at it from the vantage point of Sim Toolkit. Which, of course, will not say horrible by horrible. It's 587 feet a minute, and that's about, you know, what I'm glad to see that it did. So let's get in here, get these off, view the details. Let's get the landing report up here. Hey, we're at least in the landing zone. That's one plus for a pretty horrible landing. 2,500 feet down the runway. It's a 10,500, so that's good. Only 7 feet to the right. Okay. 5.8 on the pitch, and you can see all the other numerics. Yeah, we hit hard, 587. So, you know, it doesn't happen all the time, folks, where you grease them. Even, it happens. So, not a bad there. Let's pull Sim Toolkit away. And all right, so let's take a look at this again. Oh, yeah. By the way, folks, you can do that in X-Plane. And you don't have to have an extra program, and you don't have to remember to start it. It's always running. So it can always show just how bad your landings were. Replay. Well, let me rephrase that. For the flight you're on. All right, so let's watch it. Well, you know what? I'm going to go back a little further. That's a good point. And we'll get some appropriate grand finale music as we bring it around. Now, a couple of airlines, folks, that I'm with require you to be stable, and this is why. See how I'm fighting the aircraft? If I was stable, it wouldn't be a problem. But I do eventually get it stable, just not on the speed too much. Sorry for the sniffles. All right, but you can see, we'll back it up just in the end of the rails. See, we do get it stabled here, so I'm going to call it a stable approach. They would say, actually, they would laugh at me. So, here we come in. I mean, Pappies are looking good. Let's get down here. If I'd have let it come in like I thought, see, I thought it was going to hit hard, so that's why. Technically, that was a go. I think it's overall not bad, but that balloon right there, I should have gone around. In the real world, I mean, look how, it's not a tail strike by any stretch, but it definitely would have been a go. So let's see how the packages like the approach. Yeah, I think I should have just let it come in instead of. I gotta quit overthinking my landings. Yep, I gotta quit overthinking them. I mean, right there is a beautiful approach, folks. And then I screwed it up as I got closer to the ground. See, if I'd have just held that, we would have been fine, but I over-rotated. All right, so I'm going to give it one more look here, folks. I mean, that would have almost been right on the numbers. Oh well. Well, folks, I want to say thank you for flying with Mike. It has been a pleasure. And we'll just kind of watch it roll down the runway as we close out here. Folks, I hope you've enjoyed. If you have, smash that follow. YouTubers, smash subscribe. But for now, folks, we're going to bid our farewell, and we'll be back Friday. Friday, expect the A330 going from Torquato over to Seattle, just across the bay. Matter of fact, giving you an idea, we'll be right over in that general direction. So, folks, I hope you enjoy. Have a great rest of your week. Hope to see you Friday, and be kind to each and every one you come up to, folks, and say a prayer for those that are being persecuted harder than you've ever imagined in the world. It's the U.S. We're not persecuted. All right, folks, we'll see you Friday. God bless you all. See you then.